Hello everyone, welcome to stream. Today we're streaming Bladesong. I honestly don't expect this stream to do well. I just want to fucking nerd out about swords for a fucking couple hours. Which is why we'll probably also do a bit of Warthunder after we're done. So we're going to do a sword and creative mode while I explain the game's mechanics and how everything works. And then we'll do a bit of story mode. I've actually already played the story mode to completion, because I'm a giant sword nerd and this game is basically made for me. Okay, let's head into creative mode. So as you can see, I've made a bunch of swords already, including a very shitty attempt at a Zweihander, a better attempt at a Zweihander, a good Zweihander, along with some more exotic stuff as I started getting the hang of it a bit more. And yes, I made Dragon Slayer from Berserk, because of course I tried to make Dragon Slayer from Berserk. But I'm actually going to tweak this a little bit, because I've actually learned a better way of doing points. I've actually learned that it's better to do the points after cross sections. So let's just fix that point a bit more. So cross section. Yeah. Points are one of the hard parts to get right. Especially on something as thick as Dragon Slayer. I just realized one other thing I can do. This again, because there's a damn 200% modification limit on taper thickness. Go, that makes it much closer to the actual tip. But yeah, Dragon Slayer from Berserk. I've got to stop rushing. I don't know why I'm rushing so fast. I'm excited. I like this game. I like this game a lot. So we're going to make 2 swords in creative, and then we're going to go to campaign. Oh, I still had an alarm. Anyway, so for now we're just going to make a pretty basic medieval arming sword while I talk about the mechanics. So basically, you add steps to your production, such as change length, change thickness, grinding it down, tapering to a point, tapering width, thickness, cross section, yeah, doing the sharpening, adding curvature, fullers, etc. And you do this in steps, with each step affecting everything that came before it. Unfortunately, one of my big complaints is you cannot reorder your steps. You have to delete if you've gone to made a bad decision, you have to delete everything after it to go back and correct. Somewhat. Like, you can go back and adjust, but if you can't, like, let's say fullers, then polish. I can't drag the polish to then occur after the fullers. I can't reorder these, which is rather annoying. That makes sense for campaign mode, but for creative mode, it's very tedious. Especially when you realize you've forgotten a step 10 steps in. So we're going to thin it and then widen. Yeah, and basically the length affects everything. Hello, Betty! Welcome to stream. I'm just explaining the mechanics of Bladesong right now. How are you? Hope your streams have been going well. If I remember right, you had a debut last week. Or the week before. Anyway, yeah, the steps affect the balance, which affects the stats. In campaign mode, you have clients requesting specific stats, length, weight, balance, etc., and you've got to adjust everything to meet their requirements. Okay. So we're going to taper the width and then the thickness. We're just making a very basic 10th to 13th century arming sword right now. Something there would be 1,001 of. I'm going to give myself a little bit of blade shoulder, which is not a thing you typically see on European swords, but it's just a bit of an affectation of mine. I like them. So now we'll do the first cross-sectioning. So with cross-section, you can adjust the main bevel, but you can also adjust whether or not it's convex or converse. So this is called a hollow grind. It makes the blade extremely sharp, but extremely fragile. And this is a outward grind. It makes this blade way more durable, but less sharp. Typically, you want a little bit like that. A little bit of an elliptical. Unless you want to make a stab, in which case you want it to be perfectly diamond. This is really only good for cooking knives. As you can see, it tells me what the cross-section is. These swords can be exported for 3D printing if you want a 3D print decorative version of it, which is really cool. That's a really nice feature. Now we add a second cross-section, which will change what the cross-section is after that point. And we add this to get ourselves a diamond tip. So that's just going all the way in. A diamond tip is typically preferred for stabbing. Fantastic! You did it a damn sight faster than I did, but then again, I didn't really cheese it. Not to say that you did cheese it, just that there were ways I could have done it faster than I did. Let's undo that tapering a little bit, because that tip's a little thin and fragile. So the balance is really far forward at the moment, but that's simply because we don't have anything to adjust said balance. I'm going to pull the fuller back, and unfortunately this game is not free. I think it's about 30 Australian dollars. It is in early access and it is on a discount at the moment for due to the launch. Okay, I might add a secondary taper to the tip. No, not change width, I wanted taper width. Make that mistake all the time. It is very, very fun. It is, as a sword nerd, it's very much like they just made the game purely for me. I'll show off some of my more interesting stuff in a minute. We're just making a very basic sword to demonstrate the core mechanics. So then it's time to add the guard. You have the basic pre-built guards, or you can build them out of blocks. Nice, nice. I'm gonna be polite and not ask to see and critique your work. But yeah, you can also make the guard out of components, of which there are a lot, and you can be very creative with how you use them. They can bend, and you can hold shift to duplicate, which is very useful if you want symmetry. Which we will use those ones. I might actually shrink the main part of the guard a little. Fair enough, fair enough. That is fair. We do all have our limitations. I have not done any blacksmithing in a very long time IRL. This was a recent change where if you add curvature, it clips the tang off. This was to address complaints that making curved grips would have the tang sticking out. It was a very ad hoc change. They did recently in a patch add habakis, which are a core design element of Japanese swords. They're, as you can see, it looks a bit weird on a double-edged European sword. It's not supposed to be there. Sure, you can either send it to me on Twitter, DM me on Twitter, or DM me on, or join my Discord server if you want. I recently got a sponsorship that I haven't actually that isn't actually gone live yet, but I've joined their Discord server and I keep getting bloody spam friend requests now because someone's basically bit their Discord. If that link doesn't work, let me know. I've had some people say it works, some people say it doesn't. Right, we're gonna add a ferrule, which is just a metal spacer piece for a grip. And we'll just use a basic tapered oval. We'll add another ferrule. And we're adding the second ferrule so I can demonstrate that if something doesn't line up right, like this ball, which is floating, as you can see, you can use the comma and full stop key to sync it into another component to make it not look weird anymore. Finally, we'll add a pin to the pommel. And there we go. Now we'll just add a polish to it. You can polish each part of the surface individually, or you can just polish the whole blade. We're just going to polish the whole blade this time. Okay, something's going on weird with my Discord there. I'll have to fix that later. The sidebar that tells me who's in my server has mysteriously vanished. There's the name of the list button. Just gotta manually verify you in my Discord server as well. I haven't gotten around to setting up the verify bot just because what's the point? I'm gonna sync that in a little bit there. I'll say that is the damn sight better than my first attempt. Damn sight better. If you're looking for materials, if you want to make a better attempt, I will give you a link to Yamato Budogu, who are a shop from Japan that specializes in exporting Japanese-made equipment for Japanese sword arts. So that's kendo, iaido, the whole shebang. And they have all the bits and bobs and all the small bits that you're going to struggle to get your hands on. So that's your fuchi and kashira, your minuki, your habaki, your seppa, your subas, everything, sagayo, all the bits and fittings that you want, that you see on real Japanese swords, that you're like, where the hell do I get them? Yamato Budogu sells them, and they're actually made in Japan. There are also Chinese sellers on eBay that sell Chinese-made ones that are acceptable in quality. Apparently they're sort of down for maintenance at the moment, so you wouldn't be able to order anything at the moment. Shipping from them can be quite intense. I will say that. But yeah, if you want to make a better attempt at your next attempt, there's where you can get all the bits that you're going to struggle to make yourself. No problem. No problem. I like to help people, and I happen to know about Yamato Budogu because when I used to do Japanese sword arts, I got my iaito from them. If you don't know what an iaito is a zinc aluminium blend fake sword for iaido practice, because real swords require licensing and all that sort of stuff in Japan. And even though I'm not in Japan, and I'm somewhere where I can own real swords, and I do own a lot of real swords, I actually can't use Rebo trackers for VR because there's too many swords in my room. It will fuck with their tracking. Yeah, basically, because of that, most iaido places will not let you train with a real sword until you're like 3rd Dan, which is equivalent of a 3rd degree black belt in the colored belt system. At 3rd Dan, you're the one teaching classes, and yet they still won't let you practice with a real sword for safety reasons, which is a good thing. Outside of Tame Shigiri, they'll usually let you do Tame Shigiri if you're doing Tame Shigiri. I was going to polish this up, but actually let's add one last little detail to this. Right, do we have just a small ball, or do I have to, I'm going to have to scale down the pommel? Let's add some additional balls to the end of it. Yeah, there is some further customization, like you can change out the different types of leather, whether you want it to be a cord wrap or flat leather. You can change the metals and change the polish. So let's give this a brass fittings now. Oh, you do see curved guards like this on European swords from time to time. So, if I was to put this into the Oakeshote typology, I'd say it's probably a type 15. If you're unfamiliar, the Oakeshote typology is an extension of something called the Wheeler typology, which was an alternative to something called the Peterson typology. Basically, a archaeologist was cataloging the types of Viking swords he found. He created the his name was Peterson. He created the Peterson typology. A later archaeologist, Wheeler, noted that his typology didn't make too much sense, so he created his own revised version with the Wheeler typology. And Ewart Oakeshote extended the categorization all the way through to the late pike and shot era, well past the Viking period. And it's generally how we categorize and explain European swords is the Oakeshote typology. So yeah, this looks to be about a type... No, not type 15, more like a type 13. Type 15 would be typically two-handed. This is very much a one-handed sword. So the typology takes into account common guard and pommel types along with blade shape. The Wheeler and Viking typologies mostly focus on... Oh, it's a bit thick. Overall. Let's just reduce the thickness a little bit more. There we go. That'll fix the sharpness. But yeah, the Oakeshote typology is the dominant way of categorizing European swords. Let's turn this off so that doesn't appear in the And so yeah, there's the sword. And we'll have a look at a couple of the other swords I've made. We'll ignore that one. In fact, I'm actually going to delete that. So this is my attempt at a Nodaichi, which is the great sword version of a katana. So I didn't know how to do a typical katana-like tip at the time. So this tip, or kisake as it's called in Japanese sword design, is based on the Kogurasa Maru sword, which is a very particular Japanese sword that is a real antique seen in a museum. It's currently held in the museum in Himeji Castle. It has a double-edged tip, like a lot of late European sabers, and it was from a transitional period between the original straight Japanese swords that were copied from Chinese shangs and what would eventually become the katana. And it's sort of just been kicking about for a long time. Now, you'll see I've just done a cord wrap instead of the Itomaki wrap, which is this. The Itomaki wrap in this game doesn't curve. Yeah, the Itomaki wrap in this game doesn't curve, so that's why I don't have Itomaki on it. And that pommel was the closest we had to a Kashira at the time. When I made this, we'd actually now have a Kashira. I added the Seppa, which are these little brass things, and the Habaki earlier today, but I didn't swap in the Kashira. I said not to look at it because it's shit. I've got a better version of the same concept, and we'll be looking at that. Where's the Kashira? I know it's in here somewhere. Where are you, buddy? You're in pommels, aren't you? Yep. There's the Kashira. So these are the Kashira, which are Japanese equivalent. They're not quite a pommel, but for gameplay reasons, they function as one. They're really just a cap to put on the end of the handle for the wrap to go, for the Itomaki wrap to go through so it can be tied on. We'll go with that one. And The ferrule is representing a Fuchi, which is literally once again just a cap at the other side, once again made of metal. Now let's get the brass done up. Wait, I made this out of gold, so gold. But yeah, doing the Japanese cross-section took a lot of steps because Japanese swords have this ridge on the back, so it took a lot of work. You can see the amount of steps it took to get this design, and I still had to sort of... I could probably do a more typical Japanese kisake now after all the practice I've done so far, but I'm not going to do it right now. And you can see the cross-section and where it turns to double-edged. I actually do own... The only katana I own at the moment, I've owned others in the past, but right now the only one I own actually does have this, this tip. The, Kogarasu Maru tip. So yeah, I've done a little stiletto. So a stiletto is basically a metal spike with a handle. That was a popular dagger in Italy in the Renaissance. So when I mentioned I had done a better version of the one we're not looking at, that's this. So this is a Zweihander, or Biedenhander, or Montante. They're all basically the same sword. Early Renaissance great sword that was designed so it could also double as a pike in a pinch. So it could be used as a sword, swung at enemies, but if you suddenly had a cavalry charge, you could grab this part, which is called a ricasso, which is a dull section of the blade for additional gripping in a technique called half-swording, which is a technique meant to give you better control over the tip placement. So you grab the ricasso and you grab down here and you can sort of use it as an improv spear. You can see all the different steps. I've used ferrules in the grip to make an extension in the grip. This pommel is made of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces to make that pommel. But yeah, the one I deleted, which I'm sorry I deleted it before you could have a look at it, is was my attempt at a Zweihander. This is my second attempt at a Zweihander as well. This one doesn't have the secondary quilons. Though I did give it a fancy bit of wood, twisted wood at the front of the grip. Leather middle and then wire wrap third. And it has what's called a rain guard, which is a flap made of either metal or leather that goes over on the outside of the sheath so that water doesn't get inside the sheath when the sword's in the sheath. They're becoming really popular with recreated European swords lately, despite them actually being a rare feature. And this is Dragon Slayer from Berserk. I don't think I need to say much about Dragon Slayer from Berserk. I still haven't quite gotten the tip right, but I've done a bloody good job with what I have. It looks bloody close, and I 100% believe the developers have also made Dragon Slayer from Berserk. I 100% believe that they made that as part of a test. Now, this is me showing off how exotic we can get with the blade designs in this. This is my attempt at a khopesh, which is a Bronze Age Egyptian sword. So, yeah, this is, I don't have much to say about the history of khopeshes. I'm actually not that well versed on Bronze Age Egypt. I basically looked up a picture of one from a museum and did my best to recreate it with the mechanics of the game just to see if I could. This is absolutely just a stress test of the system. Well, I'm quite proud of how it turned out, I will say that. Along with that, I decided to try my hand at a falcata. It says falcata kopis. That is a misnomer a lot of people use to describe falcatas because they're similar in look to a related sword called the kopis. So a lot of people call them the falcata kopis, when in actuality it's just the falcata. This is an ancient Greek sword. It starts off wide at the base so that it sits tight in the sheath, because the sheath has to be wider to account for the blade widening at the front. This is absolutely a chopping sword. The backside is completely dull. If you've seen a kukri, which is a Nepalese knife, it's basically a giant sword-sized kukri from Greece. Although they appeared all across the Mediterranean in the ancient era. In fact, the most intact falcata we have, despite the sword type being attributed to Greece, actually comes from Spain. Here we have my attempt at a gladius, the sword of ancient Rome. I was trying to do a mines pattern gladius, which meant a widening towards the end in very straight lines, along with the widening at the base for the same reason as the kopis, so it sits tight in the sheath. It turned out pretty alright. This took a lot of work to get right, I will say. The guard did not want to play nice with me. Yes, by the way, the pommel and guards of gladiuses were mostly made of timber. And this grip is ivory, which was not common, but we do have examples of it. This is my attempt at a Viking sword. This is actually a Type 6 in the Wheeler pattern. Interestingly, despite this being the historic grip length for Viking swords, if I tried to do this in the game's campaign, it would tell me the grip's not long enough. This is because Viking swords had really, really, really small grips. I will discuss why that is when I make a Tull War before we move on to the campaign. So I intend to do an Indian Tull War as my last thing in creative before we do the campaign mode. Here I tried my hand at a 18th century European saber. Didn't quite turn out right in my opinion, but an attempt was made. I do think the grip turned out pretty okay. It's just getting the blade shape right. Once again, the tip of the blade is one of the places where it's really hard to get things exactly right. But if we open the steps, you can see all the steps I had to take. multiple cross sections, the curvature, taper. This is labeled flamboyancy, which can either be ridges on the back or what's called flamberging, which is making the whole blade kind of wavy. I'll just flamberge this real quick to demonstrate. This was a Renaissance thing in Europe, but also popped up in the Philippines, where it was actually done probably more often. And flamberging was mostly a way of showing off. There's very few records of swords with heavy flamberge work being used in actual combat. Okay, let's undo that. And that leaves us back to... Oh, I skipped this. This was one which was hard for me to do. So, you can see me making the grip small and making it out of metal. This is because it was the only way to get this grip anywhere near close to what it's supposed to be. This is my attempt at a takub. A takub is a West African sword, most common in Mauritania, Niger, and Burkina Faso. It was typically used by the Tuareg people, a group of desert nomads who originated from Tunisia but migrated down as around the 10th or 12th century the migration occurred. It's a long story, and how much of the story is true is up for debate. It's kind of borders on the mythological. But yeah, they have this very flat, wide guards that are very unusual but very unique. They also tend to have very thin blades. I would post a photo of my takub in the Discord, but I don't know how many of them are actually in Australia. I could very much be the owner of the only one in the country for all I know. So, and I do take it to various historic events, because I have a recreation of a Tuareg nomads clothing from roughly the 13th century. That's why I own the takub, because I couldn't find a reproduction, so I found an actual antique instead. And yeah, that could be used to identify me. In fact, in all honesty, just saying that I do a Tuareg persona for medieval reenactment, that alone could dox me. There's not many people who would do West African in medieval reenactment. But yeah, now we're gonna make a tulwar, so we'll actually start making a sword again. So tulwars typically have about an 80 to 89 centimeter blade, so I'm gonna go on the short end of that. So the tulwar is a Britanno-Indian sword. Now, why am I saying Britanno-Indian? Well, that's because, basically, the curved swords weren't popular in India because they were seen as, Muslim weapons, basically. The Muslim empires from Pakistan that invaded India before the, arrival of the British very much preferred the likes of tulwars, of scimitars and the like. So this led to an aversion from them from curved swords in India. When Britain took over India, About halfway through the occupation, the British cavalry were given a new pattern of sabre. And they had to get rid of the old sabres. Because they didn't want people to impersonate British officers with British sabres, they took all the grips off them and melted those down to make various brass knickknacks. And then just sold the swords en masse where they were bought by the private armies of various Indian princes. The blades got re-hilted in Indian hilts, and that became the Toll War. So we're going to narrow the width at first. Before changing it, we're going to use this, which is asymmetry, to then widen in one direction. To give us a nice big bevel on one side. Widen you out. We're going to add another change width up the front because they do have a tendency to widen towards the tip. Actually, we're going to get rid of the tapering because they also have a tendency to just clip like that. Just have it cut off basically. So that's what we'll do. We'll have it just be a bit of a cut. Okay, the tip should be about a quarter centimeter, bit less than a quarter centimeter thick. Okay, now I'm going to delete the point. I want to do the cross-sectioning first. So first we do the main edge, which we're going to do almost, not all the way, but almost all the way across the blade. And we're going to add a bit of, make it a little convex. On Japanese swords, this extra material is called the niku, or the meat. Now, there's a way you can make this curve in a bit more and be a bit more graceful, but I don't quite know how to do it. Like, I just did it on accident up here somehow. Oh well, we won't have it gracefully curve into its edge. We'll get the shoulder a bit lower down though. Now we'll add another cross section on the other side. This is also, this bit of sharpening on the back of the sword is also sometimes called a false edge. This comes from Italian fencing, medieval Italian fencing. Basically, the Italians never actually used the backside of the sharpened blade for anything. They basically treated it as just an aerodynamic decision. And so they called it the false edge. In German fencing traditions, however, it's called the short edge. This is because Germans actually had a bunch of techniques that made use of the backside of the blade for striking. Okay, we'll add the point now. Okay, I'm going to add a bit of tapering to the backside after all. We'll actually add it to both sides. And that change width section will be a little less extreme. And we'll solve that using the curvature tool in a second. In fact, we'll actually solve that right now using the curvature tool. And there we go. Now it's shaped correctly. I'm just now realizing that should also be a lot longer. Be almost that long. Okay, now that's shaped correctly. Next we add curvature again. Wait, it's 80 centimeters? Okay. I think I've made the blade too long because it's looking off proportionally. Let's look up one for sale. And use that as a guide. Oh yeah, I've made this way too fucking long. No wonder why. Where'd I get 80? Where'd I get 80 centimeters from? It's like 50. Where'd I get that number from? There we go. Now we're going to use the small flamboyance to do a common decorative element on the back of these. Which is that. It's still not quite looking right. This is one of the harder bits to get right of curvature. Okay, I think that's the best I'm going to get the curvature to look. Now we're going to use the edge, bevel. I haven't added the fuller yet, so let's add the fuller. We'll add a smoothed fuller. I don't think I can make the side fullers look good, so I'm just not going to use them. And then polish fuller. So we're going to polish the fuller, the bevels, and the edge, but leave the rest of the sword unpolished. Right, now on to the unique step of the Tulwar. Thing about the Tulwar. It's a disc-shaped guard and pommel. So first, let's get the guard in place. Now we'll go with a where's the inverse? So yeah, the Tulwar, an Indian saber that actually is, by the standards of the British, the Tulwar was the best cutting sword they ever encountered, which is all the more funnier that the blades were made by the Brits. According to British officers who travelled across the Empire and encountered all sorts of different swords and wielders, this was the scariest cutting sword, not the katana. So we'll have the grip bulge out in the middle. Now, once again, much like the Viking sword, the Tulwar is sadly going to have a grip so small that the game is wouldn't count it as a functional grip. And just like with the Viking sword, the game is wrong. So I mentioned with the Viking sword, I would explain why the Viking sword has a grip so small. The answer is we don't actually know. We don't actually know why Viking swords have such small grips. We can only, however, we do know why Tulwars have such small grips. So yeah, we might not know the answer for Viking swords, but we do know the answer for Indian swords. And so we can sort of guess based on that information. Add another polish edge. This time to the other side and only up to there. There we go. So the basically according to someone who used to teach me Gatka, which is an Indian martial art that teaches the use of a sword, including the Tulwar. The reason the Tulwar's grip is so small is because it's to stop you from moving your hand out from between these two discs. And the purpose of those two discs is that the bottom disc and the top disc prevent you from moving your wrist too far forward or backwards, keeping your hand in the optimal position for the best possible cut with the sword. And the hypothesis is that based on that knowledge that Indian swords are like that Viking swords had small grips for the same reason. And the reason we think of that is because the measurements for Viking swords, if you measure how far the guard sticks out, which is what affects the wrist measurement, and how long the grip is borderline identical to the Indian swords. So the hypothesis is that they were basically like that for the same reason. These knuckle guards are one of the more painful bits to put on. As you can tell. Some swords, they just go on nicely because they have snapping points. Others, we end up with this sort of shit fight. Fucking attach, you son of a bitch. Why won't you attach? There we go. The guard's small and the is basic compared to your typical Toll War guard, but it's what I've got to work with at the moment. Now, let's see. Pattern welded steel as an option. We'll just leave it as regular steel. Pattern weld isn't doing well, so we'll just use gold. Curvature still isn't quite right, so let's typically there's a little bit of curvature towards the bottom too. Let's have a look at that there we go. That's a bit closer to the one I'm looking at as an example. There we go. Now that's starting to look like the example piece I'm looking at on Wikipedia. And yeah, I've seen twin disc guards. I've also seen well, since the twin disc guards seem to be rare, actually get rid of that. That's the closest I can get to the bar guards, because twin disc guards are apparently quite rare. do tend to be more rounded. I don't really have one that is rounded. If I do that, then no, that's not gonna work. Getting an accurate looking guard is gonna be a bit of a problem, because as I stated, all of these have are very square. Okay, that converts to round. We'll go to pommels. That will find as the mushroom actually is a bit closer to the shape I'm after. And where's that knuckle guard? This is a absolute pain in the... We go, sort of. Oh, that's taken a lot of that. There we go. Now it's starting to look right. Okay. Where is wire? That makes it look a little bit more like... There we are. I think that's the closest I'm going to get to the grip shape with the tools I have available. Alright, there's the toll wall. That was a lot harder than I thought it would end up being. Right, now we're going to play story mode for about an hour, maybe two. The story isn't complete, but there's about 10 hours of content for the story. In cloying darkness, you writhe. You cling to life by the tip of your fingers. Something takes shape in the emptiness. Contours of flesh tracing along familiar lines. A withered old woman's face floating before your own. When she speaks, she has the rasping voice of a raven. Who are you? A swordsmith? A survivor? A saint? You'll be addressed as male, you'll be addressed as female, you'll largely be addressed in a gender-neutral way. At times, generic masculine might be used. A dying man. And I have to get up now and feed this cat because she is standing right where the text on the screen is. I cannot read shit. Cat has been fed. Dying? Wrong. It's not yet your time. The Sundering claimed untold lives, yet you endured when so many around you perished. What did you do to survive? Mercenary, leader, wanderer, or slave? So, diplomacy, toughness. I think we'll go with toughness because I went with leader last time. A cold hand touches your brow. Water cools your burning throat. You kept something through all your hardships. A keepsake from a better time. What is it? An artisan's toolkit? A family heirloom? Or a bottle of rare liquor? We'll go with the toolkit, which is what I went with last time, but yeah, because we want to have a lot of creativity. The fire is burning itself out, leaving you in a damp shadow of your old self. You claw blindly in the darkness until more water is tipped down your throat. What do you believe in now the voices have abandoned this world? Ambition. I actually intended just to look at what it was, but I clicked because I'm an idiot. I am not a smart man. Not in the slightest. I'll leave you with one final question, and I don't expect an answer. What will fill the silence for voices left behind? The old woman's face retreats into inky blackness. Sparks flicker into life behind her, one by one. A field of stars burning with a sickly pale light. Like seeds taking root, they twist and expand, their tendrils branching and burrowing through the darkness until they're strangled with light. Now wake, Smith. You still have a part to play in humanity's final act. Yeah, so this is a very dark fantasy setting, like Berserk after the Eclipse level dark. Your eyes flutter as you regain consciousness. You're fairly surprised to find yourself alive. Either death did not come for you, or when it did, it found you unyielding. Awaken. You sit up, gasping, sweat-drenched, the fever has broken. Remember, a lifetime being thrown from battle to another. Watching your comrades cut down in their prime, whittled from a full company to a handful of shadows. You'd had enough. It was a long journey to Erin Keep through dust and despair. Your last memories of sliding from your dying horse, your numb legs, tracking furrows in the mud as someone dragged you to shelter. But who? Outside the tent is a crude field forge, complete with anvil. Did you crawl here in a daze, or did your mysterious caretaker bring you here? Either way, the anvil gives you a feeling of home. Gather your bearings. You're in a tent. There is no sign of your caretaker, apart from a half-empty water pail and a damp cloth on your brow. You peek out of the tent flap, squinting against the sunlight. Outside, as far as the eye can see, stretches a chaotic sprawl of tents and shelters, churned in mud and shallow graves. Most of your rations are gone. Your horse is already dying when the fever took you. Its body is nowhere to be seen, but by now it's likely soup. You are on your own. Assists the field forge condition. It seems to have been abandoned for some time, lacking anyone with a skill to work it. But it won't require much effort to get it running again, should you need to make a living out here. Hopefully it won't come to that. First, you should head to the gates and try to secure entry to Erin Keep. That's why you came here after all. Tutorial. People will come with you commissions. Just let me pick that up. Thankfully that didn't come unplugged when it fell then. That is, that was my, Wi-Fi connector that just fell over. Yep, everything's fine. Welcome to Camp Swordsmith. People will come to you with commissions, you choose which commissions you take on, and commissions refresh daily. Your first customer is a gaunt man in a tattered cloak. He approaches you, noticing the anvil outside your tent. You're a blacksmith? Could you make me a sword? I've got the coin for it, just make sure it's good and long. I don't like my enemies to be in hugging distance, if you get my meaning. Right, as we can see the controls. Now here's one of the differences between... Now here's the big difference between creative and campaign mode. I have to actually hammer shit out. Iske. And if you're wondering why I'm saying strike in Finnish, it's because there's a Finnish folk metal band who made a song about blacksmithing where the chorus is literally just strike, strike, strike. Now we go for the width. And the point. Now we need to hammer out the cross section. simple diamond cross-section blade. And we want the octagonal pair, but I have to hit. Yeah, and unfortunately, the tutorial sword I don't get any creativity with. Has the game crashed? There we are. Why is my model not moving? Okay, it's the whole computer fuck-assing around. Why is everything... frozen? There we go. Next is the modifying a blade tutorial. So it's all repair jobs where they give you a busted sword and you're supposed to fix it up. These get very tedious, but you really do have to do a lot of them. Word is already spreading around camp about the new smith. Your next customer is a weary-looking old man with a bold pat. His hollow eyes darting back and forth. I heard you came down with wasting fever. Lucky to be alive, you are. Anyway, can you modify this sword for me? I scavenged it from the ruins, but it hasn't got enough of a point to it. I want something I can stab into a thief's belly if I need to. He hands you the sword with a sharp edge, but a rounded tip. You hold it up to the light, he leans forward conspiratorially. I've only had this blade 3 days, and I felt people's jealous eyes upon it. If they come for it in the night, I want to be able to give them a short, sharp stab. So we go to point. Let's change the angle and start hammering. And that's the sword complete. Fox out here will take everything from you if you aren't vigilant. Keep a keen eye out, Smith. He scurries away, his back hunched as though through a non-existent downpour. And there we get salvage, which we can spend points on to turn into resources that we use to make stuff. The thing is, I've actually found it more practical to just sell it to the shops once you have access to shops. Now to attempt to get entry to the city. Passage into Erin Keep is barred by a colossal gate, taller than a ship's mast. It was built to withstand enemy armies, but since the Masked King's ascension, it mainly keeps out the desperate masses seeking his protection. Examine the magical barrier. It's only visible in the half-light of dawn or when it pours with rain. A faint shimmer that rises from the walls and captures Erin and Keep in a vast dome. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, but the Masked King is somehow key to its power. The barrier is why so many travel so far to camp outside these walls. This is the reason you came here, braving countless dangers. The barrier keeps the dangers of the wastelands at bay. As you approach the portcullis, the portcullis rises to admit a caravan, and chaos breaks out. The crowd swells like a rising tide. Refugees push forward, begging for entry, and the guards batter them back with their shields. The merchant wagons barrel through, their drivers using horse whips to lash stragglers out of the way. Sneak through with the wagons. You don't get far before a guard grabs you by the shoulder and flings you down into the churned mud. Not on my watch! He gazes down at you like a fisherman disappointed with his catch. I have coin if you just stand aside. What good is your coin if a masked king has me drawn and quartered as an example to the others? If you ain't a citizen and you don't have a worker's permit, I can't let you through. Simple. Now get out of here, applicant. Applicant. That's the euphemism guards use to refer to the desperate hordes camping at their gates. It has a nice ring to it, you suppose, than refugee. I have useful skills. I'm a blacksmith. Every applicant who comes here is begging as a doctor or a master glassmaker or a damned alchemist. You think I was born yesterday? If you are a smith, prove it. How do you expect me to do that? Not my problem. Make some swords, I suppose. Maybe then we'll give you a worker's permit. Until then, buzz off. Back to your tent. You return to your tent with a makeshift forge awaits. You are hardly at your best working with such limited materials, but it's all you have for the time being. It won't be long before your cache of steel runs out, since it seems like you're going to be here longer than expected. You should make it a priority to find a merchant in this forsaken place. That's the tutorial. Right, we'll go for Yoshin, who only requires 10 steel for his project. Need a weapon. Now that her mother's gone, my little girl's only got me to protect her. If we're not seen as easy not to be seen as easy targets, I need some steel to add some weight to my warnings. One-handed with a narrow point. And sharp. Change width, not taper width. I mean, I will be tapering the width, just not from that. Gonna go with a diamond cross-section blade again. Unfortunately, I can't add Niku or meat to the blade, as I have to unlock that ability. Now, we'll go for the smaller guard. And all the smallest, lightest components to save on steel, because we are very poor at the moment. There we are. He waves the weapon in his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The little girl coos in delight as it gleams in the sun. Good! Hopefully this will encourage any wolves to find softer prey. Thank you, Smith. Now I have skill points and I can have my first, Yeah. So this will allow me to add convexity. If I want. Along with changing the spine width. Scaling will allow me to change the parts. And asymmetric blades will allow me to do things like... will allow me asymmetry. I want asymmetric blades. Then I want part scaling, then advanced swordsmithing. I only have 2 time units, so repair drops. A scared woman drums a damaged weapon on your anvil with a loud clang. Look at this useless piece of dross. I'm fed up of pretending this thing can kill a man. Can you get it back in working order? And finally, a narrow point. She hefts the weapon with satisfaction, testing its balance. Good as new. Maybe better. Why, I bet I could slice the lids from a man's eyes before he can blink. Cheers, Smith. My enemies will lament your name. And another repair job. Osco. The sword has seen better days, Smith. Can you help? Ah, nice and to the point. Let's narrow it and fin it. And it make it become wider towards the tip. Oh. Point is no longer regular. There we go. He inspects the blade, running his thumb carefully along the edge. Much better. Good work, Smith. And that's the day. Now I explore. Let's explore the outer gate. The outer gate looms over the camp. Both threat and beacon, refugees gather, pleading for entry while impressive guards look on. Approach the gate. The guard is slouching against the ramparts, gazing out over the horizon. His heavy-lidded eyes flicker your way only when you call for his attention. What do you want? The guard's sneer is especially pronounced this evening. I want to enter the keep. You a citizen? Or have you got yourself a worker's permit? No, but I'd like to apply for a worker's permit. I'm a blacksmith and I've been plying my trade out here for a while now. Yeah, and I'm a dragon slayer. Get out of here, applicant. Head back to your tent. And I just wasted that day. Hello, Smith. Nice setup you got here. You here to commission a sword or buy my info? Commission a sword. There's a gang that comes around my tent every night, regular as quad work. They kick us and beat us and take our rations, push our faces into the mud. You'd think there'd be some solidarity out here. Well, there ain't. I managed to hide the last of my coin from them so far, but who knows for how long. Best spend that coin on a good sword, I reckon, so I can protect what's mine. Okay, we want some impact and a broad point. Okay, we're gonna make it short. Wide. Because we want impact. more point. It's more like a paddle than it is a sword. That gets impact. Seat that in. There we are. Beginner sword from a JRPG. It's perfect. You should see the blood-rusted daggers those bullies wave around. This'll put some real fear in them. Maybe my kids will get to keep their food tonight. And I have enough to do Julianne as well, so that's who I'll do. That'll get me some silver, too. You came to the right place. You want sharp. If sharp's what you want, sharp is what you're going to get. Add a back ridge to it as well, just for some structure. There we go. Now to Hilt. He specifically wants bits from the Smith's Companion. Thankfully, that's not hard, considering that's literally the default book. I'm actually gonna redo this real quick. I'm gonna just put a bit of a shoulder on that blade. Once again, just a bit of an affectation of mine. Go with a nice narrow grip with a nice long... That can be used one-handed or two-handed pretty easily. Get back, out, away from me! His mad laughter turns into a hacking cough. He swaggers away, swinging his sword as if clearing a path through invisible vines. Scaling next, because that will allow me to save metal when I can. End the day. Time to explore the camp. Outside the walls of Erin Keep, desperate souls gather in makeshift tents, pleading for entry. Introduce yourself to the neighbours. The tents near you are mostly occupied by unfriendly, suspicious folk. They spit on the ground when you approach them and ward you off with threatening gestures. There is one exception, however, a young woman who actually smiles as you approach, though her eyes are haunted and hollow set. Glad to see you're feeling better. You were on death's door for a while there. You looked after me? Not exactly. I dragged you to safety after you fell off your horse. Thank you for that. No problem. The old woman did most of the work nursing you back to health. I checked in now and then, but she told me you were still recovering. Where is she anyway? I've not seen her in days. She was gone when I woke up. I have no idea who she was. Huh. Strange. I assume she was a relative of yours. Must have just been a kind-hearted old soul. Count your blessings. Not many of those left in this camp. Lovely neighborhood, isn't it? She snorts a half-hearted laugh. Name's Chev. Short for Shivana, but only my mother calls me that. And she's been dead for 10 years. She's painfully thin and covered in grime, much like everyone else in camp. She's the first person you've seen smile, though. What do you imagine goes on in Erin Keep? I'm starting to forget what civilization looked like. As long as it's better than here, I don't give two flying fucks. I hear that. She lapses into silence. Somewhere in the distance, a scream rings out. You both try to ignore it. Do you know anyone selling materials I could use for my forge? I hear there's someone that say that there's a scrap peddler in the Lost City selling all sorts of things. Be careful if you go to the Lost City, though. That place gives me the shivers. Goodbye! I've been stuck out here for weeks and not everyone in camp is as friendly as you. Not sure how much longer I can last. Can you do me a favour? If you do get into Erin Keep before me, find a fellow named Lucas Boroina. I cannot pronounce that name. Lucas. He's my uncle. If he knew I was out here, he would help me. I'm sure of it. I won't make any promises. Erin Keep is a big city. Not really. Back in the Age of Song, it was a medium-sized town at best. It's only considered big now that the dead outnumber the living. Just, if you get through the gate, keep an eye out, okay? Lucas, remember the name. Scavenge for food. The tragedy of the applicants is indescribable, so is the smell. There's no sewers out here and not everyone bothers to go to the outskirts to use the latrines. Tucked away from the squalor, you find a pocket where desperation hasn't completely taken hold. Children are playing in the mud. A few scrawny chickens peck at the ground, miraculously uneaten. And you pick your way through wary eyes as your movement track your movement from tent flaps. Someone calling out alert the neighbors the presence of a newcomer. At the center of this little commune, you find yourself... commune? You find a family crouched around a huge cooking pot, shimmering with meats and scrounged vegetables. A little girl tosses a handful of wild herbs into the stew. Your mouth waters. Approach them. A father, a mother, and a gaggle of children. A grandmother with a face like an ancient apple, even a dog rolling around in its back in the dirt. Tongue waggling. They're a rough-looking sort, filthy and gaunt, but you're not exactly presentable yourself these days. As you get closer, the man twitches aside his cloak to reveal a heavy wooden club. His wife's hands dart to a dagger in her belt. The dog snarls, hackles raised, and they all look at you carefully, awaiting your next move. Pet the dog. The dog lifts its lip in a snarl as you approach, but at the last moment lowers your head and allows you to scratch behind its ear. Schlodo seems to like him. That's good enough for me. Everyone has the same gruff voice, in my opinion. I don't have many voices I can do. I'm no voice actor. Introduce yourself. Ho there, stranger! The name's Bennett Border. This here's my wife Trian and her ma Gida. I can take you through the names of the nippers too if you like, but I get them mixed up myself. The young woman smiles wanly, withdrawing her hand from the dagger's hilt. The old woman just nods, her expression lost in a mass of wrinkles. The children cluster behind their father, peeping at you and giggling. And you've already met my Chlodo? He's a good boy, keeps the vultures away. For word vultures, Bennett's expression darkens. The dog sneezes distastefully. Vultures? Aye. Human vultures. He doesn't elaborate further, but his shoulders stiffen. Pleasure to meet you, Bennett. I'll see you later. Turn to your tent. A few hours past midnight, you're woken by soft silken hiss. A blade slices through the fabric of your tent. The fabric falls away to reveal a pair of gleaming eyes, a crescent of yellow teeth, and a gaunt figure with a knife in hand. He steps carefully in your tent, apparently thinking you asleep. Behind him are the dim shapes of other men. Each night you bury your tools and your coin in a new location. There's not much in this tent they steal, but they don't look like the types who will be happy if they can't find anything. Don't take one more step. The man freezes, his grin widening. Oh, awake is ye? Might be easier this way. Hand over your food, coins, food, anything else you've got. You picked the wrong tent. I make swords. You think I can't defend myself? The leader hesitates, but only for a moment. 4 against 1, Smith. Use your head. Stop waving that toothpick in your face. You think you can scare me, you scrawny runt? Try me. I swear I have nothing else. Tell him the truth. I was robbed blind as soon as I was here. I have nothing. I can offer you something much more valuable. What do you mean? Give me a few days and I can equip you with something much more fearsome than that knife. Here's the counteroffer. We still sell stuff anyway, and then you make us a sword, or we kill you. If you steal my stuff, I can't make my sword. I can't make the sword. I need tools and money for steel. Got it all figured out, don't you, Smith? Fine. This is different from the last time I played. The last time the toughness roll was a success and I scared them off. Start making me this blade, and if I'm not happy with it, I'll cut your throat from ear to ear. Right, I gotta make the thieves. Working on it. Sharpness and mobility. One-handed with an arrow point. You got it, boss. Doesn't care about stiffness, so I am gonna make this thing as fucking thin as I can. I'm going to narrow that point. Here we are. And this blade, I have made him his scary as fuck sword, but is actually fucking fragile as all hell. Like, that is gonna break within the first 3 minutes of being used against a real target. Yes, I know I'm able to scale parts now. Let's make that nice and small as possible. There we are. And once again, make it as small as it'll let me. And I don't need to use leather, so I won't waste money on that. There's the thief's sword. Now this is more like it. This is a real weapon. No one's going to mess with me now. And you are going to die very quickly. Just remember our deal. The sword squares us. You kept your word, so I'll keep mine. No more midnight visits from us. But if I were you, I'd be real careful about who else I make blades for. Wouldn't want anyone getting ideas above their station, if you catch my meaning. That sword is gonna break so fucking fast. Which is exactly why I made it that way. And we'll do some repair work. So, just need to... And finally point. Yeah, just banged out that repair job real quick. Didn't even bother to read it. I'm gonna feed my cat now. Now, miss, why are you being a pain? Okay, she didn't want food, she just wanted attention. Anyway, since ads are about to start, I'm gonna put up the ad screen and go to the loo. And I'm back. I had a little bit of popcorn while I was gone too. Delicious water. Another repair job. Okay. There we go. As you can see, there is a way of doing that. I don't quite know how I do that. I still have more popcorn to eat, so I might be muted during the hammering sections. Or something. No, I'll just mute myself now. And we'll... Not all of Erin Keep was granted the Masked King's protection. In centuries past, the city spilled beyond its ancient walls. Now, the barrier which traces the wall's course has left these outer areas to the mercy of the wastes. Nicknamed the Lost City, these crumbling districts have been picked over by countless looters, but rumours persist that there is worthwhile treasure to be found among the rubble. Seek out the scrap peddler. As night draws closer, the shadows of the city come alive. Hidden eyes watch from high places. You scurry through the ruins, feeling small and vulnerable as an insect. Fortunately, the scrap peddler is easy to find. He warms his hands over a blazing fire in an empty market square, accompanied by a sad-looking mule pulling a cart full of junk. He is an off-putting sight. Most of his face is bandaged, but the exposed areas are a mess of festering sores and flaking skin. You dread to think what the bandages are hiding. Not contagious! Not contagious! The peddler points to himself as he shouts. One yellow eye peers madly at you through the gauze. All right, I believe you. No need to yell. The peddler nods, looking immensely pleased. I have many things. I find them in dark places. I sell to you. Can I see your wares? We're just... Come back in the daylight. Yeah, we... And we'll search for ruins for valuables. We're not going to bother reading that. I want to get a bit of a move on. I am now out of popcorn. Anyway, we're going to sell our silver because we don't really need it. Sell one of those shackles for a little bit more cash. And these books give me more parts. Goodbye, peddler. Now, considering how, we are at this point, that makes sense. And we'll do Joshin. I'm after a weaponsmith. Now listen, I know a good blade when I see one, so don't try to fob me off with a half-assed job. Well, aren't you, Mr. Polite? You're looking for stiffness. Okay. You want a stabby sword. And I have to use Smith's Companion bits. So we'll shrink that. Let's make it a bit more pointed. That seems to be what he's looking for. Go. Fair enough, Smith. Hats off to you. Not a bad job. I'm going to simply salvage that helmet. And now I have advanced swordsmithing. Next level, I get parts bending, engraver, curved blades, and fullers. I will be going for curved blades. We're going to go to the Lost City and we're going to go salvage some stuff. God. My mic just was way out of alignment. Sorry if my audio was a bit weird today. I didn't realize how much out of a... Yeah, because my pop filter makes it so I can't actually see where the front of my mic is. I can't even see the indicator light. Half the time. So sometimes it ends up out of alignment like that. Okay, I got myself hurt because I'm an idiot. So we'll go for Bennett because he's asking for less, and he's going to get me some gold, which I will need later. It's not bad. Any experience with weapons? Not with swords, but I kept Boulder in my old tavern. Culture would need it. What can you offer? Accept. Make this thing durable. At the tip, it's going to be double-edged. We're making what's called a backsword. So called because the back of the blade is dull as shit. Should be stable, it should be thick, and it should handle fucking great. Need those. Oh, point's no longer regular anymore, is it? There we go. I don't know much about swordsmith, but this one feels good in my hands. Be careful out there, Bennett. And now I have all the gold I'll need. Back to the Lost City. Sweet, ornate box. They're basically a loot chest for money. So I could sell it for about 130, or I could take a guess at what's in it. 107. Bugger, would have been more profitable to sell it. Nevertheless, I have enough to buy that third book. Fuck it. Buying both. One job will get me over what I need. Joven! Hey, you're gonna give me gold! Fantastic. You want basically a large knife, not really a sword. Oh, you don't want to point at all. Okay. That's unusual. As for sharpness. Oh, I don't even need that. Okay, what's my cheapest guard I can put on? That would be Ridge Point. That'll do. Unusual design. And we'll do the repair job. And that's the repair job done. End of day, back to the Lost City. Let's do more looting. Score! More gold! More gold! We are absolutely getting lucky with these. Just a couple of repair jobs today. Yeah, I wish I knew how to make that curve on the starts of cross sections. There's some way to do it, but I can't figure out how to do it. Because I want to add a cross section to the other side. And add basically just a backside ridge. There's your point. It's completely unbalanced and massively overweight, and I'm going to add to the length of it now. Why am I doing this when I've already done what everything needed? I don't know. I'm bored. I'm bored of repair jobs. Yeah, my plan is to get into the city, well, reach level 5 at least, and then, whichever comes first, into the city or level 5. And then we'll switch to some Warthunder. 151 score. Okay, we've got someone who wants something to defend their kids. Iske. 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 Turns to a diamond for a point, because you want a narrow point. Don't worry, I have a solution to that heavy weight. Full wooden grip. It's a lot of wood, but we've got plenty of it. It's heavier than you expected. All right, level 5. We'll do a little bit of work with we'll finish up the day, save, and that will be it for Bladesong. We'll then switch to some Warthunder and get a little bit of Warthunder grinding done. Why am I doing this to this sword? I do not know. I do all sorts of weird things to the repair jobs. The sword has moved all the way around to the point where it's now cutting itself. This is now this is just fucking ridiculous. Oh, point. Your enemies are gonna burst out laughing when they look at that thing. Lady? And that will be stream after we get attacked by the giant fucking monster that's going to kill the Bennett. Yeah. And that was Bladesong. All right. Gonna take a little bit of a quick break. Hit my BRB screen. And then we will switch to Warthunder. Fuck yeah, it's working now. Right, and so we start a little bit of extra grinding. Oh, Sands of Sinai. Oh, I'm south. Normally when I do get Sands of Sinai, I'm from the north. That's a bit different. Look at that little half steering wheel. Isn't it adorable? The uphold style's on point. The M18 is going to take the shot point. He's faster. Where did the guy who capped this point pull off to? Hello, fellow M56. You took the fucking parking spot I wanted. Once it's capped, I'm going to sneak up the way I usually use to sneak into here. Let's see if this gets us up. I don't know if I'm actually going to find a decent spot doing this. I don't think I am. that wasn't a decent spot. It's not like it's costing the team anything. We're beyond winning. My involvement is nothing. Yeah, I mentioned earlier this stream, I've actually, I barely touched upon it. I've actually got a small, sponsor now. Like, permanent sponsor. I don't actually expect to really make any money off of it, but, it's gonna be there. If anything, just having a sponsor will make me more attractive to other, better sponsors. Of course, my gun went down, and I just got hit with a tiger. Hey! I wouldn't complain about the rest of the team sucking, but we've got Alpha and Bravo, so we are winning. Thanks, Warthunder. I love wasting a shot because the menu closed at the exact second I clicked a button. That is totally good game design. Oh, they're about to capture Bravo. They might flip this round. That'll be fun. I'm not going to support though, because I'm already way over here.
The enemy is controlling most of the zone. Attention to the map.
Got a friendly heavy tank who's pushed into cap on Charlie, so... Well, at least it's very close to Charlie Cap. Where'd that even come from? Well, at least I don't need anything. And refresh, I don't care. Why does it open the fucking mailbox to tell you things you physically saw the game tell you? What is the point of informing me 3-4 fucking times of that shit? I'm not upset about losing, I'm upset about the fucking message. It's really fucking annoying. My cat is coming to say hello to me. I'm going to feed her now. As is tradition, she's too busy begging me for food to notice that I fed her.
Possession!
Driver ready. Gunner ready.
Ninja! Okay, I'm gonna back away from that guy. 'Cause he's got eyes trained on me. Got him!
Target destroyed.
This is the one time where it actually would have made sense for me to take full ammo for the M56. Yes, cat, I'll feed you too. Another cat is asking for... Cat, you had to walk over a dish full of food to get into my room. Why did you come and bother me? Wait, am I still on Bladesong? I thought I said I'm Warthunder now. Yeah, I don't know why OBS was saying my category had moved back to Bladesong. Don't mind that, it's just a kill assist. I still landed the hit. It was not an easy shot. Oh, that was close. The hell took that shot at me? Whatever it is, I'm gonna deny it, but it's a chance to shoot me again. By hiding behind the husk of this dead T-34. Ah! Too focused on trying to hit me, didn't think about someone else being alive. Right, I guess I'm moving in. Moving in for a reload. A little bit further forward. There we go, and let's get myself an extra crew member up as well. Okay, that'll do me. What the hell happened there? Doesn't really matter, I guess. Bum, bum, bum. Oh man, I love the M56 quite a lot.
Driver ready. Gunner ready.
Missed.
Up, up, up.
The Allied forces have captured a zone.
We've been hit.
Got him!
Target destroyed.
Oh, and he was fighting from hull down too. Little too short again.
Enemy forces have captured that zone.
Okay, what is that? Wrong button. What is that range? $800, okay.
The victory is near.
Yeah, it's time for me to move up.
Another zone captured. We have the advantage.
Okay, that's friendly.
Mobility kill.
Fuck, flubbed that shot. Don't even know where that T-44 was. Too focused on whatever else I was sniping.
Attention to the map.
Use for roads because there's all the hills will give me visual cover. Oh! Looks like I'm gonna push Bravo then. Ignore him, ignore him, ignore him. Fuck you. We're up against both the Germans and the Russians. Didn't quite see where he took that shot from. Well, apparently I'm safe here, so that's why I'm staying until this is fixed. wedge myself in amongst the corpses and play dead.
We have posted the zones.
And I'll try and get my downed crew member back too while I'm at it.
Target destroyed.
You know, if he hadn't machine gunned me, I wouldn't have known he was there.
Up, up, up.
Yeah, it's fair. It's a fair kill. I got 2 tigers. I just want to clip that moment because I feel that's gonna end up in the channel trailer. It's not really gonna make a good shot, but it'll make a good shot. Because yes, I am finally getting off my ass and setting up a channel trailer. I'm hoping to have it done before March, as later this month. If everything goes well, I hope to have multi-streaming set up. I'm gonna charge in like a lunatic. Over there somewhere, I didn't quite see you guys. Since the T-26 is pushing point, I'm gonna go hunt for some SPAA that just killed a friendly. Which just got taken out by a T-92. Splendid. We just lost Bravo. This is a nice match. I do think we are going to win though, but it has been nice back and forwards. Damn you, Messerschmitt. I'll let them flank. Especially since the enemy's probably going to be watching the flank. Goddamn planes are annoying the crap out of me. And so I'm down to the last vehicle of the match. A fucking duster. Yeah, I'm not that fucking desperate for money. Welcome in, rat. Yes, I'm very aware. I'm really just sort of doing a Hail Mary push to the point. There's nothing I can really do. Are you? What I wouldn't give for an alternate camera angle where when I look up outside of targeting, I don't just see my tank blocking the entire screen. It's a pain in the ass when all you're trying to do is search for the plane. Yeah, that's what I would normally do if I had allies who could back me up and take out the enemy tanks. The problem is I don't, because half of my team decided to just all go SPAA with fucking skinks that only have 50 cals. Was a fun match though.
It's a pornography store. I was buying pornography.
Probably my favorite line delivery in The Simpsons. I don't know how old you are, but you might be too young to have watched The Simpsons when it was fresh. The context for that scene is Homer totaled his car drunk driving and is trying to get the insurance payout, but you know they can't say he was at a bar because then they would cancel him, because then they wouldn't give him the insurance. So it's like, what other store is open at night? Yes, before the internet meant we could have unlimited porn for free, you had to go to actual shops to buy pornography. And yes, there were people who were too shy to do so, which led to an entire fucking genre of movie of where it's not porn, softcore porn, it's a comedy movie. Honest, I'm buying it for the laughs. And the movie's basically just softcore pornography. I don't even mind. That was a good kill for that AMX 13. Yep. And of course that genre started dying in the early 2000s, and there was like, and movie executives were like, people are becoming more prudish. And it's like, no, people have ready access to what that movie genre was a substitute for now. It's the reason why young people tend not to like sex scenes in movies. It isn't because they're prudish, it's because they don't. It's because titillation doesn't really accomplish anything. Bite of 87. I don't quite know what you're referring to there, Rat. Ignore that and move into this spot over here where whatever shot me won't be able to shoot me. Now, will that light tank pop its head in a place where I can ruin its day? Probably not. No, I did not watch Mark Kipler. I don't like Five Nights at Freddy's, so no, I do not know any Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I think it's a good game. I think the idea of using pre-rendered FMVs like those from the 1990s to do a horror game was clever. But it's not my thing. The thing you've got to remember is I am in my 30s. Like, I am right on the edge when all that Zoomer stuff started coming into existence, and it never appealed to me. Like, I was just too old to get into most creepypastas. I was just too old to get into the likes of Markiplier and all that sort of stuff. Like, I'm aware of its existence, and that's about it. Yeah, I really... I have glanced at the lore, and I just think it's massively overrated and not that interesting. Don't you ignore me? Like, I literally, to put things in perspective, the channel Game Theory, I literally unsubscribed from Game Theory because I got so sick of it being nothing but Five Nights at Freddy's fucking videos. As someone who had, once again, literally zero interest in the IP. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I am aware of the Object 787. It's been brought up by Vivian a few times. Stop that. Oh, yeah. I literally have ex-boyfriends, so yes. If you were trying to get a "oh no, I'm gay" joke, sorry, but I am legitimately bisexual, so it doesn't quite work. Not the response you expected, was it? Yeah, basically. And while this vehicle repairs, I've got to feed this cat so I can see my monitor. Because it won't let me see my monitor till he's full It was actually rather good timing. Stop for repairs. And the driver is unconscious, of course. Move, 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 move. I mean, Rat, did you think someone who's a femboy on the internet would be like bone straight, like dead ass was going to be completely fucking straight? Just actually curious about that. Technically, I prefer the term otoko noko just because it has less sexual connotations to it. But otoko noko is basically just Japanese for femboy. You haven't actually looked at the non-chibi any of the non-chibi artwork, have you? I got a kill! Lucky for me there was an fucking SPG. Oh, and the fucking artillery got a kill! Yeah, that's called being a Babaniku. And yeah, if you heard some of the things I have to say about the activist community for you would probably think I was homophobic as well.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
Let's just say there's a reason I'm never gonna put any of those pride flags up. I don't even. You enjoy, little armored car. Ooh, this has been a close match. And that's my last let me have my mouse, you silly bloody game. That's my last vehicle of the match, so back to yeah. And off we go to the next match. Yeah, Rat, no problem, just, yeah. If you haven't been in my Discord, go to my Discord and go to the General's Privates section to see my swimsuit design. You can see the sort of... You really do need to see that. I actually can't put that image up on Twitch. Yeah, there's a section in the NSFW part of my Discord called General's Privates. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I'm... There we go. I was quiet for a bit because I had something stuck in my tooth and was too busy trying to dig it out. Did you hear my instructions to go to my Discord and check out the swimsuit design of my character?
Attention to the designated grid zone. Attention to the map. Attention to the map. Attention to the map.
Well, we'll just do that again. We'll bring up the Discord link again. I highly recommend you go to check that out. I don't think you are. That's why I put the Discord link up then. I will have to manually verify you. I don't have a verification bot set up. I don't get enough people in the Discord to need it yet. In my Discord, there's the art section and the NSFW section. And you're verified. By the way, let me know if anything in the Discord appears to be broken, because the template I built it off is freaking weird. Had permissions all kinds of fucked up, and there's every now and again we find something that you should be able to do in there. Yeah. Oh no, there are absolutely rules. The rules are don't violate Discord TOS, keep things on topic. What the fuck is what? Oh. It is quite large, actually. I am not exaggerating when I actually say I have to mail order my condoms. I mean, if you want to cope about that, you're free to do so. So this round, I proceeded to take a long, circuitous route to get blown up by a light tank. But I knew you would get a kick out of that swimsuit design. When I actually commissioned that piece, I actually envisioned it as being more humorous than it was, but the artist took it in a very different direction to what I had originally envisioned. But that's how things go with Skeb. You give them your request to end the payment, and then you get your art when you get your art. There's no revisions or anything like that. I'm guessing you also haven't seen the movie Borat, which is the inspiration for that swimsuit. Borat was very popular when I was a teenager. So you would be too young for it. Yeah. The Mankini, as it was called, was considered so iconic back in the day that the special edition release of the movie on DVD actually came with one. I'm just gonna casually pull up in here.
Attention to the designated grid zone!
Well, might only be a kill assist, but he's dead. Absolutely, I will be taking a very, very short break after this round to go to the toilet because I have had about 3 liters of water already. So I do desperately need to go, but you're more than welcome to join. And hey, look at that, I've accomplished something now.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Oh, there's dozens and dozens of those. Like, there was a Russian girl who used to, there was a Russian cam whore who used to, have the black sun, the Sonnenrad, tattooed onto her frickin' stomach and slash chest. By the way, don't post anything like that on my Discord. Any Nazi shit is, very much verboten on Discord under pretty much any circumstances. I've seen literally World War II video game Discords get shut down just because Discord does not fuck around with Nazi shit. Yeah, that's not that absurd. Pet play is a surprisingly common kink. Oh, I think this is your first time coming in with Rat was in chat Australian. Welcome to stream. Rat has Rat is an interesting personality. If it's the pet play one, yeah, that fits in the NSFW channel. Just make certain it goes in the right category. Anyway, I have to BRB real quick, and then Rat is welcome to join. If you want to join too in the Warthunder as well, Australian, feel free to give me your Warthunder ID. I've got to run to the toilet. And I'm back. Let's see. Is this broken or... All right, let's get this. Let's get Australian in. Copy. Our average Oz. Add friend. Okay, right. Invite to squad and invite to squad. No problem. We will wait for you quite happily. Gives me a chance to do things in the hangar. Let's see. Suspension next, I guess. Smoother ride is a good compromise for not having a decent stabilizer. Send messages, touch files. Right. Well, while we wait for average Oz to ready, I've got to feed more cats that have come to my room looking for food. There we go. Everyone's ready. Let's get going. That's a little bit low for the low, but it's so long as we're not up tiered Australian, you should do fine.
Crew position.
Driver ready. Driver ready.
Sneaky cap of Charlie is always a good way to start this map. Charlie is capped. Right, let's head into the city now. There's Rat about to zoom right past me. Hello. Yeah, I noticed. Feel free to avenge me. It'll be easy. He has no armor. He's a fucking artillery piece.
Attention to the map. Attention to the map.
Just down the road from where you are, from where I blew up, in the direction you're heading. You should be able to find him pretty easily, Rat. He got you, didn't he? Yep, that is actually impressive, even in the R3. And Australia just got blown up by the same fucking guy, I'm guessing. No, it's not. It's not that much bad to be embarrassed about. We're all in very light vehicles that an artillery piece can just breathe on, and we cease to exist. Someone at least felt the need to bomb him. Apparently I got teamwork from that. I don't know why. Fuck, that's my breach. Fucking son of a bitch. Shit. 2, 1. 1 second faster. If I had fixed my breach 1 second faster, I at least would have gotten a shot off. And we're losing Charlie and Bravo. Shit! Yeah, wasn't much I could do against that. Strong opening, but the team's folded.
Don't have the advantage anymore.
I mean, how many people do we even still have on the team? Most of the team, actually, but half of us are in the fucking air.
We no longer have the advantage. Attention to the map. Delta. Move. Acknowledge. Open fire.
That's Bravo being captured. Hello, Rat. Damn it, my gun breaches are gone. Hello, Kenro. I've been back for ages. I was wondering where you went. Oh. Welcome back, Kenro. That was my last vehicle for the match, so it's time to go spectator mode. Oh, the M19, the shit version of the Duster. Actually, having the engine up front does make it slightly more survivable. I switched just in time to watch Rat die. You had to be you were traveling, huh? But yeah, I came back. Yeah, my hiatus was only for like a month back in from November to December. Although there was a second mini hiatus in December that wasn't planned because I got a throat infection suddenly. Whee! God damn, every time I see this vehicle, I regret not picking Italians for this fucking challenge. Listen to your left, listen to your left, listen. He's got eyes on you. Right, we all down? Yeah, there is a delay. It's just how the way things are with Twitch. Actually, I haven't been using it as a lot as of late because of some technical issues, but I have technically so I have gotten the part that's supposed to solve the problem. I haven't tested it yet, but we can use the Discord voice chat for Warthunder. Okay, no, I have to be on the have the Discord voice chat open on the computer I'm actually using, not my laptop. That was silly of me. Shows how long it's been since I used Discord voice chat. But yeah, for those who are unaware, I had an issue with Discord for some reason on this computer where it would cause my Wi-Fi card to overheat. I've gotten a new Wi-Fi card specifically to solve it, so I can actually use voice chats again. But I actually don't know if the problem's actually solved. So if you want a voice chat, hop into the Discord server, and there is a voice chat specifically for Warthunder. Welcome in, Rat. Yeah, I'll get you into squad real quick. Where is Kenro? There's Kenro. You able to hear me? Because I've got... Or do I have to open voice meter? How about now? Okay. Testing, testing. Okay, you should be able to hear me now. Yeah. I had to set up the virtual audio cable so that my mic goes through my OBS filters, because Discord's built-in filters are fucking dog shit. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My bloody pants fell down during that. The joy of having lost over 20 kilos. Actually, closer to 30. None of my clothes fit properly. Hey, we unlocked the jumbo. Well, I've got to fix that up. Because we are actually having a heavy tank for a change. Yep. Thank you for the heads up, Australian. And you are verified. Yeah, sorry there's no bot to do that automatically. Alright, next I need to... research. So I need one more vehicle from this tier. Do I want to go for the T26? Which a vehicle I don't even really want that much. And get a little less grinding there. Or do I want to get the Ontos, a vehicle? Wait, I've unlocked the next tier! Yes! Screw that! M163, M163! I finally retire the Duster! And hello, Australian. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. You appear to be muted. Yes, I very much want the brrrr. Okay. No problem. At least you get to hear with less delay if I'm pointing something out to you. But yeah, I have the Discord Warthunder's built-in voice chat off when streaming because you can never tell when someone just doesn't know how to behave on stream. It's probably trying to find let's have a look. Booster only affects you, so... Oh. I will allow it because I'm not the one who triggered it. I will allow the squad booster because I'm not the one who will trigger it, but I'm definitely going to make a note of it in the when I do the video finalizing this grind challenge. Okay. Don't know what the Jumbo's ready rack is, so I'll just default to 20 until I figure out that. 21.
Crew position.
Yeah, you forgot about that, didn't you? That I'm doing that grind challenge. As stated, I'm gonna allow it this once because you had already forgotten and I didn't want to have to kick you out or anything like that. There are going to be moments where I note such and such a cock up occurred. Literally on the very first stream, I accidentally used a research boost out of habit on the first vehicle I was researching. So it's not it's never been 100% as pure as it could be. Because I made that fuck up. But yeah, in future, do try to remember that I'm trying to do a grind challenge. Going to destroy this son of a bitch BTR-80. Oh, fuck you, T-34. And up I go. And I'm assuming that M18 has taken out that BTR-80 or else it wouldn't be alive. Still mildly upset I didn't get to take out the BTR-80 myself. They are the bane of my existence. Okay, I did see a tiger pass that point, so definitely where I want to keep my eyes. Okay, that's my arc. Nope, can't make that shot. Pity, would have been a hilarious shot to make. Damn lizard. I wouldn't have fired at the IS-2 if I knew a lizard was about to walk past. And I do mean walk, like that truck was not moving very fast. Just casually sauntered into freaking a position to shoot me. While I was reloading. see. What the fuck did I get a kill assist for? I haven't shot anything. Plus it was at IS2 from like 3 minutes ago. Seemed a little high. There we go. Goodbye to your gun. Oh, he must be fuming. Oh, I didn't even realize I was in the cap zone. I just stopped to take a shot at that IS-2's gun. No problem. Hope to see you again sometime, Australian. Oh, yeah, you are dead and you don't even realize it. I am so lucky he hit my gun. Alright, you had to go too. No problem, rat. Nice playing with you. Hope to have you back sometime.
Gun in action.
Request target for airstrike. Artillery strike. Coordinates. Foxtrot. 3. Destroy. Foxtrot. 3.
Alright, just drop arty on that approach. And I guess sit here and cap. No problem. Right now, we're at a hurry up and wait moment. I would actually recommend you get yourself your sleep, Australian. Sleep is important.
Forward. Roger. Advancing.
I'm lucky that at the moment I'm still unemployed and can sleep in till 2 in the afternoon if I want to. Although, based on my most recent job interview, that situation probably won't hold much longer. I'm pretty much a shoo-in for the job at the phone shop. Whee! We won! And we were best squad! Try not having a screen on for a bit and watch how quickly that changes. You'd be surprised. I'm thinking about it. I need to put my decals on. That sounds like a good compromise, Australian. Okay, let's put there. There we go. That looks good. And auto camo off. Okay, I'm going for the Delta 1 spawn. I'm going to slip up to A.
Into your vehicle.
Driver ready. Gunner ready.
See, most people planned to slip up to A. Okay, I'm redirecting to Bravo. Most of the team is heading to A. Normally everyone goes to Charlie. I don't see what taking Panadol will do. Paracetamol doesn't really do anything for sleep. Oh no, maybe it's psychosomatic. I mean, if it helps you, it helps you. Ugh. Yes, I know. The reverse gear isn't very powerful, and this uses like one of the worst forms of clutch braking for steering, so it's really hard to turn. I wasn't saying anything because it was honestly just straight up embarrassing. Damn it! The Jagdpanzer drove up. He got the courage. I was hoping to drive off the cliff. Go. Ignore the machine gun fire and just gun it. Friendly. He didn't download his app. He didn't empty his ammo bins. They never do. It makes it so easy to blow up tigers. Down I go. Okay, that's a bush. Yeah, you hear me? Enjoy losing half your crew. Have you just given up on life? There we go. I have 2 more rounds and then I'm out of ammo. So I gotta make them count.
Artillery strike. Coordinates. Bravo. 6. Destroyed. Bravo. 6. Acknowledged. Open fire.
We have pushed them back to their spawn. I have done that before. It's really annoying when you have a queen because the sheets are very similar sideways as they are to lengthways. And Ken has got the nuke. I have 1 shell left. Though Ken is probably gonna get the nuke off before we find someone else to shoot. It's a fun little vehicle. It's gotten me closer to a nuke than any other vehicle. And I suck. Rescuer, Avenger, Capture Streak, without a miss. And apparently I destroyed the last enemy to be destroyed. Right, I guess filters. Okay.
Crew position.
Driver ready. Gunner ready.
It's a map I'm not a particularly big fan of, but it's not the end of the world. quite enough power in this engine to get up that slope. But I can... go around. Load, 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 load! And I get shot behind from an M48. M48. Fuck, we're in an up tier. Okay, not a full up tier, but still up pretty high. It won't be too long till I have vehicles that can compete at that level. Thank you, Zoe Play. What the fuck are you trying to do? I was too busy trying to figure out what the fuck that T-44 was trying to do to actually aim at it and shoot properly. Do seem to be winning, which is nice. Yeah, I probably should have just kept driving and turned right to avoid him instead of backing up. Well, I'm down to my last vehicle. Damn it. Would have been fun to cripple the mouse. Alright, I'm out of vehicles for the round, so I'm going to set it to spectator Ken. And I am going to... Oh. There's Ken out of vehicles too. Alright, we'll go to Hangar then. I'm still going to hit my BRB screen and go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. You should listen to your mother, Australian.
Crew position.
She's not going to be around forever. Thank you for redeeming first. I'm shocked it took this long for anyone to redeem it. Yeah, I understand. No, not Serbian. Hello, AMI Bob. I am Australian.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
SBS stands for Stream Bait Sunday. I have titles for all my regular streams. So my regular Wednesday stream is Warthunder Wednesday, my regular Friday stream is Fuck It Friday, and my regular Sunday stream is Stream Bait Sunday. On Wednesdays it's always Warthunder. On yeah. I was waiting for an Aussie to make that joke. But yeah. On Fridays I do whatever I want. On Sundays it's stream bait or new releases, whatever makes more sense at the time. We're just playing some extra Warthunder after I basically exhausted Bladesong as a topic, which was tonight's new release. Excuse me for a second. Oh! Got a piece of popcorn stuck in my throat.
Target destroyed.
Oh yeah, I used to watch SBS all the time back when I actually watched television. But yeah, yeah, so basically my schedule is regular streamer type streams, variety streamer type streams on Sundays, Warthunder every Wednesday, and Fridays I do whatever the fuck I want, with no regard as to whether or not it's going to be a successful stream. And sometimes I do other streams for like collabs or just randomly because I feel like doing a bit more. I'm not familiar with that show. Back when I was watching television, I mostly watched SBS for Top Gear, because it was the only free-to-air channel that had it. Mythbusters and anime, because it was where you got your anime on free-to-air if you didn't get one of the specialist channels, which We didn't because we were too small a locale for a specialist channel. And for those of you who are wondering what we're talking, Australian and I are talking about regarding SBS. SBS is the specialised broadcasting service. It is an Australian public broadcaster that specialises in foreign media and foreign content. So it primarily exists to provide foreign language news for immigrant communities. But when there's no news to be put on, they put on various imported television shows and whatnot. Yeah, there's apps for all Australian public broadcasters, but my attitude is, why would I use it? Why would I use them when I can watch whatever I want via the high seas? Yaha fiddle-dee-dee. But yeah, back in the day, we're talking like the early 2000s, SBS was the main way you would watch anime in Australia if you didn't have satellite TV. This is how you can tell people aren't paying attention to their maps. Missed. Move. Damn it! Machine gunned. Was going to flank around again, but it looks like I'm going to have to push Alpha. There goes the BMP. Thank you, M163. Actually, I think that's the PT-76. Gonna drop Artie on Bravo. I don't know if there's anyone over there, but might as well drop the Artie. Here's hoping I can get one more cheeky little kill in. I probably won't. I don't know, maybe I'll get lucky and someone will drive past while I'm fixing my my engine. What's the time? It is a very potent tank. And with that, I have unlocked everything from the M56. Right, it's going to be one more round for the night, and then I'm going to call it quits. Oh. We'll see who... While we're waiting for it to load in and find a match, I'll figure out who I'm going to raid. So the choices for the raids are either Froggy, who's also Australian, and she is playing Fallout 4. She is having way more fun with it than I've ever had, which is nice. Or the other option is Wishy, who is German, and she is playing Counter-Strike. Normally she plays Tarkov. Haven't decided which one yet. If anyone has a preference for when this round is over, let me know. And T-54, 1947. Yeah, pretty close to an up tier. Oh well, not the end of the world. There are plenty of good matches tonight. Damn it, Ricochet. Well, at least I hit him. Centurion Mark III. Ooh. Conqueror. Okay, yeah. I don't know what I expected. Gonna push towards Bravo, I guess. This is a very pretty park. Shame we have to shoot it. Have a shootout at it. No, you gotta fucking kill me. I'm not jaying out. Right, I am out for the round. So we'll spectate Ken.
Attention to the map.
And when he's out, Val will be the end of stream. Oh, the Type 60 SPG. This is such a silly little vehicle. Whatever it is, Australian, it can't be that bad. I know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, man. I'm just a silly little guy on the internet. He does have eyes in your direction, Ken. Yeah, you'd be in your best interest to disengage. If he tries to crest over, you will get the first shot on him. And it looks like he's trying to crest. So wait, no, he's turned right. Maybe it's because my voice sounds familiar with being a fellow Australian. In fact, I think that's pretty much settled that we will be raiding out to Froggy because she is also Australian. And that was the end of the match. A wonderful little coupon I cannot use. I know, it's ridiculous how big the jump is. If that's the case, you're gonna love Froggy Hoppins if you're not already familiar with Australian. Anywho, we're gonna raid out to Froggy if... Apparently we're unable to raid at this time. Let's just try that again. Knowing her, she probably has a minimum raid about... Okay, it looks like it's going to be Wishy then. That solved that problem. So we're raiding out to Wishy, who's playing CSGO at the moment. Alright, I'm General Chat, Supreme Commander of the Chat Army. Bye.